Hello, hello, my friends. First things first. I'm a little sick. So it's like a good news, bad news scenario. You guys probably saw me sprinting with Leander, so you might know that I was sick, but I'm sick and I will not be able to return to work this week. So I'm bummed that I'm sick, but it does mean that I have more time to read this book. And thankfully, my husband was amazing and he went out and he got me my copy this morning. So I do have my physical copy. I did take the jacket off her already. I did. But she's here and I got all of my tabs ready. So I have this side but then more because you can't have enough tabs when it comes to these books. They're, 800 and this one's like 835 pages. So you got to be prepared. And then I'm using my Akatar bookmark. And then I've got my pen for annotating. So I'm prepared. I've got lots of beverages. And I will be immersion reading. So I will also be listening to the audiobook because I need the help to focus. I'm not going to lie. But yeah, but what about you guys? If you're not going to read, House of Flame and Shadow, what are you going to read? What are your goals for today? I also have lots of things that I want to get done as well. So my big goal would be to get halfway through this book. I could finish it if I really wanted to push myself. I don't. So I think if I get like 1/3 of the way done or one halfway done, that'll be great, especially because I'm sprinting tomorrow now, seeing as how I don't have to go to work. So I'm thinking I'll finish it tomorrow on sprints. But anyways, yeah, what are you guys up to? Let's see. And there's lots of other good books that released today as well. So nobody needs to feel pressured at all to be reading House of Flame and Shadow. You can read anything you want here. The only very loose term, if we're talking about this series or SJM's books in general, can we please just keep the discussions kind of vague? I understand that we are in reading sprints that are for the third book in a series, so you would expect that people are caught up. But what if somebody here wanted to just read Crescent City 1 or 2? So we just don't want to be dropping like, oh my gosh, remember when this person died? Like, let's not do that. If you want to have those discussions with me offline, absolutely. Reach out to me on Discord, reach out to me on Instagram. We can talk about this forever and ever and ever, 1,000%. It's just really important to me that every reader gets to experience this series the way it's supposed to be. So that's my little spiel. But otherwise, I'm ready to have the best time with you guys today. Hi, Vanessa, stopping in to say hi. I'll be at work when you start streaming, but I have so much fun reading Crescent City 3 today. Oh, Vanessa, I miss you so much. I hope you have a great day at work, and I hope we can catch up soon. Hello, Brooklyn. You know what's funny is I saw you streaming last night, and I wanted to pop in, but it was so late for me because, we're on such opposite schedules of the world. But I hope you had a wonderful stream. I hope you get lots of rest. I couldn't sleep last night either because I wanted to get my hands on this book, so I completely understand. But thank you so much. I hope you get to sleep soon. Hello, Kay. So excited going to read a few chapters before work. I love this for you. Hopefully you can find some pockets of the day to get some reading in. Hi, Ro. Thank you so much. I hope you're having a great day. About to pick my tabs too. Ooh, you'll have to send me a picture if you can. I love to see what colors you choose. Hello, Beatrice. I'm doing all right. I'm a little sick. I'm a little under the weather, but I'm so excited to dive into this book. I'm not going to let anything stop me from having a good day. Thanks so much, Tia. Yes, happy Crescent City 3 Day. I will not be reading this book, but I will try to crochet a bit and finish my book. Very nice, Beatrice. What are you reading right now? Hello, Kelsey. Just saying hi while working. I literally just got my copy in the mail about 5 minutes ago, but I haven't even read book 1 or 2. Fair. Not everybody has. Even some of my really close friends haven't read it. So, it makes complete sense. It's funny, every time we get together, as a group, we always are or anytime we meet any new book friends, we're like, what have you read? What haven't you read? So we know where the conversations can go. So that's okay. But I'm excited for you when you do get to them. Hello, Laura. I know we've been chatting a little bit already on Instagram. I've had to grab the Kindle version because my copy's not being delivered until tomorrow. Royal Mail is rubbish. Here's what I'll say. I personally, any book that I want to have immediately, that I want to have on in my hands on the day of release, I do not pre-order it, you guys, because pre-orders, they're just not a guarantee. So unless there's an incentive, so like if an author offers you like freebies, so like character art or bookmarks or something, otherwise I don't do pre-orders because I can't handle the fact that like you never know when you're going to get it versus I have the book now. I don't have to stress out about it. But I also did get the Kindle version just in case because I was worried, what if my husband couldn't find it before work? I needed to have something. So totally get it, but I'm so excited for you to start. Hi, Nina. Do you know what's funny is I actually emailed you this morning. Can't stay for long. I'm working in about an hour and I still have to get ready, but wanted to say hi and like, thank you so much, Nina. I hope you have the best day. Hi, I'm sorry you're sick. I took the day off work today. Me too. But also because the application for the STEM middle school my son wants to, that's exciting though. I love that, it's a win-win situation. But yes, before I got sick, I did already have this day off. So this was already pre-planned. Just saying hi. Still have so many other SJM books to read, but my copy is out for delivery. That's so exciting. Yeah, Rainey, I don't remember. You're reading Throne of Glass, I believe, right? With Kelsey and potentially Leandra. I think Leandra might join. I'm going to Immersion read too. Yay! I just bought it on Kindle using my credits since my copy is not even out for delivery yet. I don't know if it's still on sale, but the Kindle yesterday was only like $9, which I know I say like, but for Kindle, like there are some Kindle books that I know that are still pretty expensive. So to me, $9 is pretty interesting. It's okay. You know what's funny is over the weekend, I was really sick. Like after I was sprinting with Leander, I slept for like 13 hours. Like I was exhausted, but I'm feeling energy now. So I'm hoping while we're sprinting and everything, my energy levels will stay high. But we'll check in as it goes. I have faith that we'll be A-okay. I work at Target, so I placed a drive-up order for the Target edition. Yay! I'm reading The Principle of Moments. Okay, let me pull this up because you guys, like I said before, we can still chat about other books. Do not feel pressured that you have to read this one. And I will 1000% still look into what you guys are reading. Okay. Ooh, okay, the cover is so nice. It looks like this is the beginning of a series, The Order of Legends. It says it's a good fit for those seeking a thrilling and thought-provoking space opera, a space opera that explores themes of identity, rebellion, and the interconnectedness of time and space. Is this like when we were talking about the space whales, or is that a completely different book? I remember somebody talking about space whales. I'm working today and reading Crescent City 3 audio with the ebook. Yes, immersion reading. I wish I would have taken the day off, but I work from home. You know what? I understand that it is a luxury and it is a privilege to be able to take the day off to read a book. Not everybody can, but hopefully you will be able to find, little pockets of the day that you can fit some reading in. But also like just let's all take a moment to remember that as much fun as it is to read and to like consume things very, very quickly, there is no rush. I understand the internet's a scary place and people spoil things 1000%. It's unfortunate, but there is no reason that you need to rush to finish this book immediately, especially when Sarah takes so long to release her books. Enjoy it, kind of savor it. That's why, because I'm not going back to work tomorrow, there's no rush for me. I'm going to take my time. Maybe I'll finish it this weekend. My goal would be to finish it in the next couple of days, but remember that reading is about enjoying it, not about racing. Yeah, no worries, Nina. I just figured I'd reach out because I know we keep missing each other. And so I was like, oh, I want to see how you are. I'm at work today, but sneakily reading on the Kindle Cloud Reader on web browser. I won't tell anyone. I won't tell anyone at all. I love that for you. Good morning, Jen. I'm reading Shadow and Bone today, but first coffee and breakfast. Very nice. Are you on the first book in the series, so actually Shadow and Bone, or are you reading somewhere in the trilogy? Yeah, I'm reading Throne of Glass with them. I need to reread ACOTAR 2. I'm going to continue on to ACOMAF next month. Well, I love ACOMAF. It is my favorite in the ACOTAR series, other than Silver Flames. But we'll get into that when you cross that hill. But I'm so excited for you. Yes, it's still on sale. I also had like $5 in credits. So I only paid a little over $4. I love this. I love this. What a steal, honestly. Yeah, I agree. When I was looking at some of the books that aren't even new, it's interesting to me. I want to understand why Kindle books are so expensive when you could go buy the physical book for a relatively close price, if that makes sense. Like So I'm just curious what it is about the books where they need to, like, you would assume the Kindle version would be cheaper because it's a document versus, them having to physically print a book. So I would love to know how they set those prices. Oh, perfect. It is the one with Space Wheels. Oh, and you know what? I already added it as one to read. So I feel like either you talked about this book before or somebody else did because it's already on my to read. Yeah, the ebook was $9 and the Kindle version was available, yes, around 12:30 a.m. while the audiobook was available around 3 a.m. Yes, I did see this. And then what's crazy too is one of my friends was able to what's the word? She was able to skip the line at her library. So sometimes Libby has this feature where you can skip the line, and she was able to get the book from her library like immediately. It's just so weird, but honestly, love that for her. The space wheels did not appear again. Well, that's rude. I want to finish Throne of Glass before I start Crescent City. I support this decision. I really do. I think it's important to read Sarah's old books before you, I mean, not that ACOTAR is old because it's still ongoing, but I think it's important for you to get kind of a foundation of Sarah's writing and things like that before you go into anything else. I think it all makes sense, but I always tell people to do whatever they would like to in terms of their reading journey. I'm not here to tell people what they have to do, but I will tell you what I think makes the most sense, having read all the books. Yes. Okay. Actually, Shadow and Bone. Very nice. I saw a video on Instagram today that had steps for filtering posts and comments that include certain words and phrases. That's an excellent idea. I agree. And just be careful because the same thing happened when Iron Flame came out. I tried my best and people still got me. So just do your due diligence. I know many, many friends who have logged out for the week. They will not go on, and I applaud them. I don't have that willpower. I just don't. But let's hope people are nice. But it is the internet. So I think that's a great idea if you can do that. Silence people, mute people, do what you need to do. I know I miss you. Let's hope I have more time in February to catch up. Absolutely. But if not, we're going to find a way to connect. It'll be okay. Hello, Coda, attempting to work again today. This is so hard. Look, I feel like you and I need to chat, Coda. I feel like this needs to happen. I'm so sorry. I hope today's okay for you. Hello, joining and reading an arc of There's Going to Be Trouble by Jen Silverman. It is the only book that I had that worked for Buzzword this month. Okay, let's see. There's going to be trouble. Here it is. Oh, wow. Well, that is a cover I was not prepared. So it's historical fiction, and it says it's a good fit for those seeking a thought-provoking and emotionally charged story that explores the complexities of family secrets, personal identity, and the consequences of one's actions. Okay. Well, I hope you're enjoying this one. You'll have to let us know how you're feeling about it. I watch my Libby like a hawk every Tuesday to be the first in line. I love this. Listen, libraries deserve all the support because I do know that like sometimes we get caught up in the idea of like buying and consuming. There's no shame in doing a library. Like getting a book from a library, getting a book from a used bookshop, like borrowing books from your friends. There is no shame or shade in that whatsoever. So I love it. I'm here for this. And then also, before we get started, I want to challenge you because this is something I've been doing now before every sprint, not just on my sprints, but on when I join other people's sprints as well. I'd like to challenge you in the beginning of the sprint, maybe take the first 5 or 10 minutes because we will be doing long sprints to write down your list of like, what are your top priorities today? What are the things that you would absolutely love to get done, right? I'd love you to do that, but then also then write a few more things of like, what else would you like to get done ideally if you could? But then let's focus on that list because if I don't create a list of things that I want to get done during the day, I forget what is important to me. And then I'm just kind of like guessing. Versus if you have a list of like 5 things that you want to do, you're more likely to be able to be like, oh yeah, and revert to your list and get that done. And if you cross those off, then you can, at the next sprint, make another list if you want, or just relax. But I do want us to feel like we're being productive today and that we're not just sitting down. So, like currently, when we hop into the sprint, I'm going to have to go switch my laundry. But anyways, guys, we've reached the end of the comments. So I'm going to get us started. We are going to do 90-minute sprints today because we're in it for the long haul today, you guys. Let's see. Let's make sure I star this comment. But otherwise, I will see you all in 90 minutes. Hello, everyone. Our first sprint is over. I don't know where 90 minutes went. If any of you are reading Crescent City 3 right now, my heart is with you. I'm sure you, if you paid any attention to me, saw that I was distressed. I am vlogging. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. Oh, excuse me. I am vlogging, so you guys will be able to see my reactions and everything. I haven't decided. I'm pretty sure I'm going to do a spoiler-free vlog and then have at the end be all my spoilery thoughts and things like that. But it's really hard to film. I'm not quite sure how to do that layout yet, so I'll figure it out. But for the first sprint, you guys know I'm immersion reading, and I'm sure you saw that I was taking a lot of notes. So I'm only on page 37. I think I'm in chapter 2. Yeah, I'm in chapter 2. The chapters are long. There is no surprise there. But yeah, this is going to take me a while, but I'm having the best time. I don't even know what to say other than there's just something so heartwarming and wonderful about going back to a world that you love so much. So just being with these characters again, even though everything is in pure disarray, it is just pure chaos. It just feels so emotional to be reading pages with them again. So that's my little spiel. I'm all in my feels, partly because I'm sick and partly just because we've waited 2 years for this book. So, but let's check in with you guys. I want to see how you've been doing. Hello, Kay. Got my SJM on reading House of Flame and Shadow. The thing that's so confusing now with Flame and Shadow is it's the same as Frost and Starlight. The acronym is the same, so I'm curious to see how we're going to differentiate that. Hello, Christina. Hope everyone's well. Reading Throne of Glass while working on a blanket, but coffee first, sharing some with a like button. Thank you so much, Christina. I hope you're loving Throne of Glass. That series, it took me a long time to warm up in, but when you get to the tandem read, that is my bread and butter. I love it so much. Please tandem read if you can and if you are capable. I highly recommend the tandem read. Hello, Bethany. Popping in while I work to say hello. I'll hang out while I'm not in meetings today. Oh, well, thanks so much for hanging out. I hope you have a great day at work. Coda, I did respond to you, and I love you so much, just so you know. Reading in Your Dreams, Holden Roads, chapter 16. Let's see. Okay. In Your Dreams. Holden Roads. Oh, here it is by Stephanie Archer. Okay, got it. So cute. Okay, let's see, because this is part of a series. So have I heard of this series? Oh, I want to say I haven't. It looks so cute. All right, I'm gonna add the first one as want to read. Okay. So this one, it says, is a good fit for those seeking a lighthearted romantic comedy with a grumpy sunshine twist set in a small town with a cast of quirky characters. Oh, I'm going to love this. I'm going to love this. And then listening to Forever for You. And this is by D.E. Haggerty. Oh, there it is. Okay, perfect. And then this is another series, but I have not seen any of them before. Interesting. Well, I hope you're enjoying both of those. Oh, hello, Momo. No, it's okay. Yes, Kay, the prologue. Yes. We are speaking the same language. We are. Chapter 31. Oh my gosh. How are you? How are you emotionally? Got to page 75. Prologue had me in pieces. You are cruising. When did you start, Laura? Only got to read prologue in chapter 1. Applications for the middle school was supposed to open at 10, but now the site is down and I'm having a meltdown. Don't have a meltdown. Don't have a meltdown. That's not going to fix anything. If the site's down, the site is down. You cannot fix it. You are not responsible for it, right? I understand the anxiety. I understand the stress and the lack of control in the scenario, but it's going to get resolved, whatever that's supposed to be. You know what I mean? I know that doesn't help and it doesn't fix anything, but there's nothing you can physically do. So having a big reaction to it is only going to make you feel worse. So do your best to distract yourself, to figure out what you can do to calm down and to relax and stay neutral until you can get this resolved. I was super productive, cleaned and vacuumed my living room, did laundry, changed bed linens, updated my reading journal, and read a chapter. Jen, look at you go. Between what I've read and the anxiety of getting this application submitted, it's a wee bit too much. I believe that because I know exactly what you've read. So I absolutely believe that. Oh, Laura, I'm sorry you're sick, but look at us twinning. We're reading the same book. We're both sick. I don't love this for us, but at the same time, I feel your pain. So I hope you feel better soon too. I got a lot done, started laundry, got breakfast, coffee, and water, listened to 2 chapters of Crescent City 3 on chapter 4, and got work done. Ooh, so you're a little bit ahead of me. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I got my laundry switched over. I haven't gotten breakfast yet, but I'm waiting because nothing just sounds good yet. What did you have for breakfast? So for tandem reading, that is Empire of Storms and Tower of Dawn. So it's literally right before the end because so this is how I read the series. You can read the series however you want. I read it Throne of Glass, Crown of Midnight, Assassin's Blade, Heir of Fire, and then it is Queen of Shadows, and then it is a tandem read. So it's Empire of Storms, Tower of Dawn, and then Kingdom of Ash. And the reason I recommend the tandem read is because essentially Empire of Storms and Tower of Dawn happen at the exact same time. So the pieces of information that are happening in these books are intertwined. They are happening at the same time. We're just following different characters. And the issue is Empire of Storms is so fast paced and it ends in a way that's going to make you want to go right into Kingdom of Ash. You're not going to want to go into Tower of Dawn after you finish Empire of Storms. So, but Tower of Dawn is so important in my opinion. It needs to be read. It is such a good book, but it is a different pacing in my opinion. So that is my spiel. I highly recommend it if you can, but I totally understand if you don't. That is correct, Tia. Absolutely. Read 15% of There Is Going to Be Trouble and really enjoying it. I swear I don't remember if I looked this up yet, but we're going to look it up again. There's going to be... Oh, yes, we did. We did. I know exactly what we're talking about now. Thank you so much for bearing with me. I'm so sorry. Ooh, you started about 3 hours ago. So funny story. I had a hard time sleeping last night because I had so much adrenaline about starting the book that I was awake when it dropped on my Kindle. I just didn't have the brain capacity to understand what I was reading, so I stopped and I decided I wouldn't read until I sprinted. So even though I was up early today, I could have started the book before I sprinted, but I was like, you know what? We're going to wait. So I'm glad that you've gotten so much done. Taking lots of breaks. It's 5 p.m. here and I had the book since midnight. So taking it slowly with processing breaks, much needed. I believe that. I have a feeling this book is going to hurt me. Hence why my tagline, if you can see it, says, ready to be hurt by SJM all over again. I am, so I'm here for you. When I ever catch up with you, we should chat. Perfect. Listen, I understand that it is hard, especially with children, because I have had to do stuff where I've had to get kids into preschool, and it is like the Hunger Games out here. Like if you basically don't get in immediately, like if you're not it's like trying to get like tickets to a concert. It's the same thing trying to get your kid into preschool or school. That's craziness to me. So I totally understand. We had it where the little completely missed the cutoff and then we had to get on a wait list and it's crazy. So I'm sorry that happens and that things are like this now, but I really do hope that you're able to process and calm down just a little bit. We've had the stomach bug in our house for over a week, so I'm crazy cleaning my house. But I know I am currently trying to do all the laundry because my husband thankfully is not sick. But I'm worried that like he could get sick the longer he spends time with me. So we'll have to see what that looks like, but we're keeping up with it. Here's the thing. I read Assassin's Blade 3rd. I did. And Sarah does say that's how she would do it. But there are people who read it first. It is essentially a prequel, but it didn't come out before Throne of Glass, if that makes sense. Throne of Glass was the first book published. I personally think you have to read it no matter what before you go into Heir of Fire, in my opinion, because the Assassin's Blade does have information that comes in handy when you read the rest of the series, if that makes sense. But Where you read it, I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to be that person that like dictates where you read it because there's such a like debate about it. It's not that deep, to be honest. I usually read in chronological order, but I was told it's best not to do that with this one as it would give away stuff you should not know yet. Well, yeah, so I guess chronological order, yes. So essentially like I personally don't think you need to read Assassin's Blade first. I think it helps getting to know the characters more first and then reading it. I think it makes it more impactful and it makes it more emotional. That's just me personally. But if you've already started with Throne of Glass, I would just say continue. Continue with where you're at and go from there. I read Assassin's Blade late and wish I had read it first as it mentions lots and it's not just explained in the book. So on a reread, I would read it first. That's totally fair. Everybody has the reading order that makes the most sense to them and that like connects them to the story. And there's no shame in that. Yes, I'm taking my time with Crescent City 3 while listening to it at a low speed. I'm not rushing at all. There's so much information, you guys. Like, here's the thing. So I'd say Akatar, it's like a pretty light, easy read, in my opinion. There's nothing you need to pay too close attention to. Throne of Glass, completely different. Throne of Glass, you definitely have to pay attention. There's a lot of interwoven things. And then in Crescent City, the information is at a different level. It's like there's so much information at all times. Like the amount of tabs that I've used, and I'm only 2 chapters in, is insane. It's insane. But it's because I know if I don't make a note and I don't write it down and I don't acknowledge it, I'm going to forget. And there's so much information that I don't remember from book 1 and 2 that I want to make sure I'm really getting everything I need to out of this story. So I think personally, taking our time is the best. So I love this. Oh, thank you. I mean, listen, I just, at the time when I read the series the way I read it, I just winged it. I didn't look it up. I didn't really research it. I just was like, whatever. But there are people that like genuinely, this is like things that very matter, like very deeply to them. And I don't want to like take that away from anybody. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, I'm a firm believer in just letting people enjoy reading and letting the books and how they do things bring them joy. So like I would never want to be like, don't do that. That's ridiculous. Why would you do that? Because it's like that, because that's what makes sense to them. Because again, at the end of the day, reading is supposed to be about having fun and about falling in love with these books and these characters. So that's just my 2 cents. Crescent City info makes me laugh when I get to the end of the chapter. Like, what? I have to reread 2 chapters. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. I read Assassin's Blade first, and it made me really emotionally invested in certain characters. When I decided to reread Throne of Glass, yeah, I'm curious to your notes because I don't know. It's just so interesting. And obviously, I can't comment on how I would have felt if I would have read Assassin's Blade first. I don't know. I could definitely try it again. I will say that I loved Assassin's Blade. I did really love that like little novella. Like, well, it's a book full of novellas, but like I loved it. So I know some people hate it. They think it's like the worst book in the series. So I'm like, to each their own, you know? Yeah, no, I mean, you guys, as somebody who reads a lot of books in the year, when it comes to fantasy books, especially, and especially the chunky ones, I have to take notes. So it's going to slow me down no matter what, and that's okay. That's all right. But guys, we got to the end. We have 2 daughters, and Akatar is the fave of one, and Throne of Glass, yeah, I remember you saying that, is the fave of the other. And she told me not to read it first, too. But I just forgot the order, and the Libby holds are long. Yeah. I was fortunate enough where I got all of the Kindle books, I want to say for like, oh gosh, it was cheap. I can't remember, though, how much it was. I want to say like $6. Like, I got a bundle of them for like $6, which makes no logical sense. I don't know how that could be accurate. But I feel like it was this crazy sale. But I still ended up buying them too because I am that person. But yeah, I don't think they are on sale anymore, like on a good sale, to be honest, especially now with the new books out and everything. But let me just see. Let me see what the bundle is. So it looks like the bundle for the Kindle edition right now is about $39. So definitely not the same. But if you were to buy all of the books, it looks like they're about $140 to $150. So I guess, you know, Whoops. I guess 39 really isn't that bad, but yes. To have the ability to erase and read Throne of Glass series again oh my gosh, it would be insane. Although, let's be honest, my memory is so bad, I probably could. Because I feel like even if I reread Throne of Glass, there's so many details I would have missed that it would feel new in certain ways. You know what I mean? I have had the physical copies. Oh, okay. Okay. Perfect. All right, my friends, we're going to start. Oh, it is due today, but the audio just came in. Oh, no. So I started it yesterday and I'm trying to get it done. I would not, whoops. I would not freak out. Obviously, if you don't finish it, that's unfortunate and it does put a hinder in things, and I totally understand that. But I would not stress out because I feel like then you're not going to enjoy reading it if you're like putting all this insane pressure on yourself to like have to fly through it. So just my 2 cents. I'd say get as far as you can, but like don't make it this hugely pressured project. Yeah, I mean, granted, if they were physical books, that would be the real steal. But yeah, $40 for 8 books on Kindle, in my opinion, is really not that bad. But it depends because like some people don't like to read on their Kindle. So it's hard to know what the answer is. You know what I mean? Personally, if it's a fantasy book, I usually need to have it physically because I need to take notes. Like I need to see the words, I need to tab it, and I need to like underline and process everything versus like on my Kindle I can underline, but it's just not the same, if that makes sense. Who knows how all of our brains works, but that's how mine is. It's just weird. So and honestly, the audiobook has been helping so much too. Like, but at the same time, I'm like, gosh, immersion reading is so much fun. But could I afford to be a full-time immersion reader? I could not because audiobooks are insanely expensive. And like that makes me so sad because like I personally think audiobooks should just be more accessible. But I understand why they cost what they do. But at the same time, it's just sad. I rarely reread books, but I reread Crescent City 2 and prep for 3, and it was much better on the reread. So now I'm tempted to reread Throne of Glass. I love this, you guys. I'm tempted to be like, let's do it. But gosh, do I have time to reread everything this year? I'm very tempted now, you guys. I love rereading them. Oof. Because we could do like, I don't know if we could do 2 a month. I'd like to say we could. But yeah, I mean, if you decide to do a reread, let me know because I would definitely be interested in joining. I got over halfway yesterday. It's going quick for me, no pressure. Except to actually start. Fair. Instead of 1 coffee sprint, I've been doing 3 or 4. You know, sometimes that happens though. Like I think I was sprinting yesterday on a bunch of TBR-a-thon sprints and I didn't read a single page. It just happens sometimes. I usually like the Kindle better just because it's easier to lug around. Absolutely. And I can read while putting the kids to bed after dark. Oh, 1,000%. It is a lifesaver. But I know some people, like, it's like a sensory thing. It just doesn't work for them. But I agree. I love reading in all formats. And I haven't actually read very many physical books this year at all. I think I've only read 2 so far. So this will be my 3rd. But yeah, so I totally understand. I always reread SJM books after a book release. No, so I got very lucky with the last Crescent City because I had read Crescent City 1 the same month. Like, so I waited and I didn't read Crescent City when it oh my gosh, words are hard. Sorry, Valkyrie, I need you to go down. I waited and I read Crescent City 1 the month that Crescent City 2 released, so I was able to read them back to back. And then ACOTAR, I did read them while they released for the most part. And then I've reread them every couple of years. And then Throne of Glass, I just read for the first time in my whole life last year. So yeah. But I do love physical books too. I am definitely wanting to do an SJM read through this year, but do I have time? I know that's how I feel because like there's so many books, but I'm tempted. I'm not gonna lie. All SJM will be year again this year. I don't know what this means. All SJM will be year again this year. I think you mean read again? Is that what you mean? I think so. I will be in for a reread. Well, you know what, guys? We should definitely talk about it because I'm open to the idea. I just don't know exactly how we would do that. Like what we would want to look into doing. Would we start with Throne of Glass? Would we start with ACOTAR? Okay, read again. So I was very close. Perfect. Okay. I got it. All right. We are going to star this though, because I do want us to stay on task. I will not be reading as much in this sprint. I do need to get some content done and take it as like a little break. But I'm hoping I'll be able to be fast so then I still have time to read. And then I am just going to acknowledge this comment. Typing on my phone is annoying. I totally understand. No worries at all. I just wanted to make sure that I understood because it makes me feel really sad when I'm like, what are you trying to say? And sometimes I just can't like figure it out and I feel so bad. But yeah, so anyways, my camera will be off for a little bit because I'm going to do a little bit of content and then hopefully I will have time to read. But we're going to reset oh my gosh, everything is a mess. We're going to reset the timer and I will see you all in 90 minutes. Hello, everyone. I'm not going to lie to you. Even though I haven't been talking a lot, for some reason my voice is like almost gone. So I'm going to do my best to not sound like nails on a chalkboard for you guys. But how was your sprint? How did it go? Another 90 minutes gone. I genuinely don't know how. I got my content done, and that's partly why this sprint was so like disassociating for me. Um, as people who are on social media, you know, I th- I think we recognize that we open ourselves up to criticism and we open ourselves up to people who may not be our people. And so I was dealing with a few things where um I'm non-confrontational for the most part, and yeah, just some awkward things on the internet that definitely happen from time to time. Everything is okay, but I get really self-conscious and like really, what's the word, hard on myself sometimes when I feel like I don't handle a situation well, or if I don't feel like I know what the right decision was. Anyways, does not matter. We're okay. But I did get a couple chapters in. I'm now on chapter 4 of the book, but I really didn't get very far. I wish I would have had more time to read, but I'm on page 57. I don't know. My brain is already tired because there's just so much going on, but that's very normal for Sarah's books. There is always a lot. So I feel like I need to start making charts. Like, you guys remember that meme from like It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia where it's the Charlie character and he's got like the board and he's like trying to explain everything and he looks crazy out of his mind? That's going to be me trying to explain to my husband, basically. But let's check in with you guys. Uh reading. Hold on, I need some water. Which is a great reminder. If you haven't, make sure you get up, you move, you stretch, you hydrate, you do all the things. We have been here for almost 4 hours. So make sure you're taking care of yourself. Reading Crescent City 2, still waiting for my pre-order of Crescent City 3. Yes. I'm so sorry to so many of you because I know the pre-order is an absolute mess. So I hope it gets to you very soon. Hi, James. I'm reading Throne of Fire, book 7 of 23 of my Percy Jackson. Oh, sorry, the comma. Reading Throne of Fire and book 7 of 23 of my Percy Jackson universe read through. This sprint, I'm figuring out my other read throughs of the year, SJM and Shadowhunters. Oh, those are a lot. That is quite the taking on, to be completely honest, because I know that Sarah has like 13 books, maybe even more. 8, 6 is 14, definitely more. I can't even think. 16? 17 now? Something like that. And then Shadowhunters, I know, is like it is just so long, to be completely honest. Okay, but let me look up Throne of Fire. Oh, that is book 7. See, it all makes so much sense. I was not reading very well, but I understand now. I hope you're enjoying your read through. Have you read through the whole series before, or is this your first time? Hello, I'm getting some lunch, waiting for my copy of House of Flame and Shadow to arrive, but reading Crave and Gods and Monsters. Well, it depends. Is Crave the one that's by like Tracy Wolf? I have read that. And then Gods and Monsters. Ooh, okay. I have the first book in this series, in The Daughter of Smoke and Bone. I have it. I haven't read it, which I know is like everything we say all the time. It is on like my series to read this year. It needs to happen. Hello, Brittany. YouTube did not tell me these were happening. Rude, but I'm here and I'm adulting. You know what? It's okay. Hi, welcome in. And guys, this is actually a great segue because I'm planning for us to sprint until Brittany sprints, which are in almost 4 hours, which I don't know where the time goes. But yeah, my game plan will be that. We'll keep going. We'll probably do, I'd say 3 more sprints. 2? Probably 2. Probably 2 more sprints. And then we will move over to Brittany's channel and then hang out with her for the rest of the night. And then that way too, if I want to take a break from reading House of Flame and Shadow, I can pick something else up. So I will be sprinting again tomorrow though anyway, so not a big deal. But hi, Brittany. I hope you're doing great. I'll be on a call when this next chatty bit starts, but I got my Either World pages read. Cliffhanger today. Did the math. I have about 166 pages to go to finish my January TBR across 3 books. That's not that bad. That's not bad. Did more laundry and read a couple chapters. Very nice. Got to page 108, taking a minute to get it straight in my head. Oh my gosh. So far, I'll get there. I just, I'm hoping that you're doing okay. I finished my book in the exact moment. Oh, yay. That's so wonderful. So fun. I have not yet rated it yet. To be honest, there's some books I've read that I haven't rated yet, and I finished them probably a week ago. 77 pages read up to chapter 41. Awesomeness of SJM. Her mind is worth its weight. It's crazy. It's crazy the groundwork she lays, the things that her brain comes up with. Genuinely. Oh, and I posted on my Booksta. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, we'll have to check that out. You can also feel free if you're in the Discord, which I think you are, Jen. There's a social media channel, and you can share your YouTube, your TikTok, your Bookstagram posts in there. You can do that absolutely if you'd like to. So feel free to do that anytime. I'm on page 73. Oh, so you're beating me too, Sarah, of House of Flame and Shadow. And we finally got word that the middle school application is postponed to a later date. So I'm at least able to get back into the book. This is wonderful news. Not great because, obviously you were hoping to get it settled today, but at least now you can take a break, not have to stress about that. Okay, 16 books now. Yes, I did know that it was quite a lot of pages. I've read all of them except for this one. When my husband came home with this today, he was like, this is a chunker. And I was like, no, honey, all of the Crescent City books are this length. This is normal. But he does all of Sarah's books on audio, so he hasn't been able to put it into context yet. So I thought that was funny. I've read through most of it, haven't read Trials of Apollo and everything after, so 7 books. There's 9,697 pages in total in the whole universe. Shadowhunters has 21 books with 12,014 pages. Interesting. It's interesting that Sarah's not that far behind on her page count when it's so many more books. That's interesting to me. Oh my gosh, is it really? I swear I just tested this link, so let me double check. Oh, hold on. Okay, cool. I am muted. Okay, perfect. Let me double check, but I swore I looked. Yeah, no, the link works for me. So if you're clicking the one in the description here, it works for me. So I'll just put it down in the comments again, but it's working. So if for some reason it's still not, I'll just generate another one, but that's really weird. You got your copy of House of Flame and Shadow earlier today, so I have all the books of all 3 series. I'll be doing them one after the other. Okay, very nice. I couldn't read that for some reason. My brain was like, what are you talking about? But that's exciting. Which series are you going to start then? That's the real question. So yes, I hopefully fix this problem, but if not, let me know. I can always generate a new link. I have the most issues with Discord. The most. So I'm trying, but yeah. Hello, Meg. I'm reading House of Flame and Shadow. I just wanted to read it all today, but I'm scheduled a much-needed hair trim and hanging out with family later tonight. I'll have to do the audio to listen while I'm out and about. You know what? I think the general consensus is that most of us are going to take our time. So I get there's that rush to be like, oh my gosh, we have to go, but we don't. We do not. But yeah, I've been really liking the audio. I was able to get to my local Barnes & Noble midnight release. Otherwise, I just have the audio. Forgot I pre-ordered before the party. So waiting on the copy to arrive Friday. We'll return that one. Yeah, I have so many of my friends who still went out to the store and bought their copy today, even though they were even though they pre-ordered a copy, because I have somebody who says their copy isn't coming until February 22nd, which personally I think is insane. Could you imagine? The reason I look like I'm distracted right now is I'm getting a new link to Discord for James. So let's see. Invite people. It's just crazy to me that I don't understand why this thing is the way that it is, but truly, it's all right. We'll get over it. Okay. So generating a new link. That should now work. If it doesn't, I give up and Discord is disowned by me. But yeah, I personally do not pre-order books unless there's a pre-order incentive. So like Marissa Meyer, I pre-ordered her book for two reasons. One, I pre-ordered it because I get to meet her, and that was like one of the things you had to do is if you pre-ordered the book, you got to go to the front of the line. And I was like, yes. And then also she has like, if you pre-order, you can turn in your receipt and then you can get free artwork, which I personally am like, perfect. That makes total sense to me. But if you're just pre-ordering to get your book, no. I learned the hard way through Barnes and Noble and through Amazon that what's the point? I'm going to be doing SJM next, so I cure my FOMO as fast as I can. Totally get it. I totally get it. It's, it's kind of crazy to me that I joined before like the FOMO existed. So like it was kind of fun to be like in that prime and then to watch it like evolve to where it is now. Like it's crazy how books are consumed now, but like I'm here for it. It really gives back to the vibes of like, back when they had like crazy release parties and like people used to stay home reading all day. Like it just feels really exciting. Like my husband, he will take days off to play like new video games. And now I take days off to read books. It's kind of weird, but honestly, it is a vibe. Discord headaches are relatable. I just spent 30 to 45 minutes trying to figure out. Listen, I was telling Nell this too. I think she is just a Discord god. Like some people handle Discord so well. Like even the readathons that I'm in, like Rainey's readathons, and I'm excited to do Bree's, like the amazing readathon. I didn't do that one, but like just seeing how intricate and like the things that people are able to do through different roles and things, amazing, overwhelming. Like Discord is an amazing tool, but it is way above my head to use at this moment. I'm hoping one day I get really good at it. Today's not that day. I'm jealous my pre-order of House of Flame and Shadow hasn't even shipped yet, which is just crazy. When you pre-order something, I will die on this hill. I will die on it, I swear. When you pre-order something, you should get it before people on release day. Like you should get it the day before or like a couple days before. Like there has to be a reason to pre-order. It just doesn't make any sense. But I also really wonder how they're handling this pre-order because from my knowledge, there was like 750,000 books that were pre-ordered. How do you even have that many books ready to go? It's just interesting to me. We waited 2 years. We must chew on this book, yes, and enjoy the buzzing feelings. I get so nervous about the fact that I don't want it to end because I don't know when we'll get more. It is hard on social media to know how to deal with interactions. I often struggle with interactions. Yeah, my concern is usually if I'm being too much for people. I feel that way. I feel that way sometimes, especially, hold on one second. I'm going to turn off the timer so it doesn't do that awful beeping thing and scare me. I'm somebody who I know that I can be a lot for some people, especially because when I become really comfortable with people, I start to talk a lot more and I start to get just more bubbly in my personality versus when I first meet people, I get very shy and I'm very quiet. And so when I click with people, sometimes it's hard for me to stop talking and I just get really excited and like I get the fear of like, oh, did I say the right thing? Maybe I talked too much. Maybe they thought that was weird. And like I think that comes with the social anxiety of just, worrying about people in general. But then you go on social media, right? Like so here on YouTube or on TikTok or on Instagram. Thankfully on TikTok, I really just browse. I don't post very much at all. But on Instagram and on BookTube, I feel like people only get to see so much of you. And especially on Instagram, I don't do a ton of videos and things like this. So I feel like people only know so much about you. And it can be hard, but social media in general can be very, very daunting to your like self-esteem and to your mindset and to your mental health. So you have to really take care of yourself. But I would just remind yourself that like, as long as you have people who you connect with. So Laura, I know that you're here on BookTube with us, and I do know that you're over on Bookstagram, but when you find the right people, you don't have to worry about that. I understand that the feeling will be there, but the people who get you also feel the same way. And so, like, you learn to heal through that, you know what I mean? Where you're like, people will remind you, like, you're exactly who you're supposed to be. You'll never be too much for the right people. You'll be exactly enough because you'll just meet the people who meet your energy, if that makes sense. So I get where the insecurity is because I feel the same way. But just know that, like, if somebody thinks you're too much, then they're not your person. And that's okay. Not everybody is going to like you. Even if you try to be the most people pleasing person on the planet, there are going to be people who dislike you. You can't do anything about that. And it's exhausting if you spend your life worrying about what other people think about you forever. And I know people say this forever and ever until they're blue in the face, but you really have to like you, if that makes sense. And at the end of the day, that has to be enough. Are you a good person? Are you good to other people? Are you taking care of the things that are priorities in your life? And if you are, that has to be enough. Granted, do I take my own advice? I don't. I don't. But that's another problem. And clearly I should be worried about oversharing. I mean, the good thing is I think I've found the balance of like what I share versus what I don't. I think I've found the line of like, how much I'm willing to share. But then again, when I connect with people for a long time, so some people I've been friends with for 2+ years on the internet, and some of us we've met up in person a lot and things like that. It grows from there. But I think you find the balance, and then you start to have your actual friendships offline where you can then talk about more things, if that makes sense. I saw some people also having issues with getting their so I do know people were talking about that. I did reach out to a bunch of people. Um, but when they were saying it was going to be delayed, that was an error. I don't know how people could think that a Kindle book can be delayed. It's a digital file. So, mine came right around 11 because obviously I'm in Central because ebooks are really supposed to send out at midnight Eastern time. So I got mine right around 11. So no, I haven't seen anyone actually say that they didn't get their Kindle book, but I'd be curious to know. Yay, James, welcome in. I pre-ordered House of Flame and Shadow. I was worried I'd run out of the exclusive editions and some money off. Yeah, pre-ordering and then I forgot the excitement of the party to cancel my pre-order. It happens. It so happens. I will say though that like I get the idea to pre-order, but literally my edition at Target is cheaper than if you like went to it's but I get it. I mean, listen, I'm all about like get the edition that makes sense to you. And some people I understand don't have bookstores available to them. Some people don't have Walmarts and Targets and like indie bookstores that they can just go to and get a copy. They have to pre-order. And I feel really, really sad for them. Beatrice was saying, I have the same problem. I don't know when I'm being too much for other people and also when I should share. Yeah. And I do think, oh my gosh, sorry. Okay. Um, I do think some of it comes with anxiety. Like I know when there's silence, like when nobody's talking, I feel the need that I have to like fill the silence and I will keep talking. And that's just something you learn with time. I'm learning more and more now where I'm like, you can say less. It's not easy, but like I just wouldn't worry about that. Because I just don't see that in you guys, but I understand. Too funny. I definitely messaged Nell for help because literally she does. And then I love it when I told her that when I was like, you just know everything. She's like, what? What's so special? She's like, I don't think so, but yeah, see, Laura, lots of us feel the same way. Today I just pre-ordered my copy of A Tempest of Sea. It was signed and 20% off, and I also had the same price. See, that's an incentive in my opinion. A signed book, that's hard to get in store. So this and 20% off. I agree. That makes sense to me. I also agree that pre-ordering would make more sense to get it on release or just before. Some people were lucky to get the book before the release, but yeah. Yeah, some people were. Some people were, but not a lot of people. Like a lot of people from Walmart who thought they were going to get their copies early, theirs actually ended up being lost and they had to like get a refund or like reorder. It was crazy. I don't go out anymore. People scare me. Why I love sprints. I feel like people are still around, but I don't have to go see people in real life. I totally understand that. I feel like this is definitely a way of socialization and like feeling like you have like a sense of community, in a more safe environment. Like Ooh, sorry guys. It's like I swallowed wrong. It was not good. Whew. Okay. Apologies. Um, but yeah, I totally understand that. There's less pressure when you're online. You can very easily leave the situation. Um, sorry, I'm gonna try and whew, I'm gonna try and get through the comments so we can go into a sprint because I have a feeling it's gonna take me a minute to get rid of this like scratch now. My copy was dispatched yesterday. It's so weird. Some people are, yeah, it's insane. All right, hold on one second, guys. Ooh, I'm so sorry. I'm reading My Fair Brady by Brian D. Kennedy, a gay She's All That inspired YA book. Oh my gosh. Set during a production of My Fair Lady. It's so cute. That sounds so good. I'm going to star this. Apparently my Barnes and Noble still has the exclusive edition in stock. Oh yeah. Yeah, they'll have plenty. I can tell you this, when I went to the midnight release for Iron Flame, we had a huge line, right? And then they still had editions for a while. So Barnes and Noble should be totally in stock. That shouldn't be an issue. If you have a bookstore, they should be in stock for a while, I would say. I also saw people talk about not getting their pre-order ebooks. Interesting. Once again, it says I will get on the 10th of February. Thanks for, yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. I'm so sorry, guys, for real. That's one of the reasons why I've not started sprints yet, because I'm quite afraid people will be bothered by me and stuff. Oh my gosh. No. Oh, okay. I'm going to have to go into a sprint, but Beatrice, I'm going to address this comment when we get back. I'm so sorry, you guys. I apologize. It's just too scratchy right now. The issues of streaming when you're sick, right? But I will catch up with this comment, I swear, in 90 minutes. All right. I'll see you then, guys. Sorry. Hello, everyone. Sorry about having to go to a sprint so quickly. I apologize about that. It just happened where we were talking for a long time, and because I'm sick, it just kind of like scratched my throat and I just couldn't get it to stop. So I just needed a little break, but I am on, let me see, I think I'm almost on a chapter 7. Yes, I'm almost at chapter 8. I'm almost 100 pages in. Oh my gosh, you guys. It's funny because, like, on one hand, I'm like, wow, it's taking me so long. And then on the other hand, I'm like, I can't believe I've read 100 pages. Like, so it's super interesting. But let me know, how did you guys do? I'm still loving it so far. I'm sure you saw me recording a little bit and things like that. I'm trying. It's so hard because I don't know how to do this vlog without it being spoilery, if that makes sense, because it's a third book in a series. So, like, how do you talk about it without it being spoilers? I don't know. So, anyways, let's check in with you guys though, because I remember we stopped at Beatrice's comment and I wanted to get back to it. Okay. Um, she was saying that's one of the reasons why she hasn't started sprinting yet, because she's afraid that people will be bothered by her and stuff like that. It's one insecurity that I have. What I will say is that I genuinely feel like sprinting and being in the booktube community has helped my confidence a lot. It feels scary when you first start, but once you find your rhythm, I feel like you shine, if that makes sense. Like, I don't necessarily feel nervous sprinting anymore. I really look forward to it. I really enjoy it. And I'm a very shy person. I know it doesn't come across that way, but if you guys ever meet me in person, like, so I'm meeting some of the booktube friends in May. When they meet me, I'm still going to be awkward and quiet at first because I just can't help it. I just have that like nervous energy. But I think it's easy to be intimidated by things that are very, different than things that make sense for our personality. So, like, for me, being on the internet and talking to a bunch of people I don't know seems like something an outgoing person would do and not necessarily a shy person. But I think, you learn to get comfortable here, if that makes sense. So I really think you should do it, even if you just sprinted like with some other friends to help you feel comfortable. I think you would love it. I think you would absolutely fall in love with it. Hello, you guys. Hope you're well. Wanted to pop over and say hi and hit the like button during our sprints. Yeah, thanks for sprint hopping to ours earlier. No problem. I try to. I'm not always great at it, especially because I've been trying to be so focused in this book. But I definitely did go say hi. I did. And you guys should too. I believe Stacy and Steph are still sprinting, so you should go over, say hi, hit their like button, all that good stuff. Oh yes, okay, so I did do that. I was late to the pre-ordering the special editions with the different bonus chapters, so most places had already sold out, but saw that Walmart still had them, but wanted an extra $10 for it. No, ma'am. So what I will say about this, Sarah, is that I wouldn't worry about the bonus chapters. They'll be on the internet. We can definitely chat about it, but I've already talked to a bunch of people, and basically it's one of those things where it's like, if you don't have a certain edition, everybody's going to be able to read the chapters. I can promise you that. I'm not going to talk about it a bunch here where I'm being recorded, but we can chat about it for sure. I have anxiety myself, so I can sometimes go overboard on wanting to people please and then overwhelm myself and overanalyze if I'm saying the right thing. It's the worst for me when I'm exhausted, 100%. And I think even in the beginning when I started sprinting, I used to do that too, where I used to be like, ooh, I shouldn't have said that, or especially when the chat isn't super active when you first start, I feel like, you have to fill a lot of the silence. And so you're kind of just talking about like, nothing, or just you're going on tangents. And so then it's easy to overanalyze that. But I would love to know more. Like, I would love to analyze why we have this fear of like saying the wrong thing, when normally we're not even saying anything that's like bad. Anytime I tell my husband, or I'm like, when we're out with friends or something, and I'll be like, oh, was I too much? Like, did I talk too much? She'd be like, no, what are you talking about? And anytime I check in with my friends too, where I'll be like, hey, like, was I a lot? Like, was that a lot? And they'll be like, no. So it's just this thing. I don't know where it comes from for me personally, but everybody I've talked to, it's not their reality of how they see me. They don't see me as too much. They don't see my conversations as like over the top. So I get where that feeling comes from, but I'm sure it is the same truth for you where that's not everybody else's reality of who you are. Yeah, not $10 for an extra chapter. No, we don't do that. Yeah, it's okay. I had planned to take this day off anyways, so that's fine. But it does make sprinting a little extra hard. So we'll see how tomorrow goes. I hope I still have a voice. Maybe I'll just have to have like a little board and be like, hey guys, I know most indie bookstores are also having incentives of an exclusive chapter by ordering from them. Yeah, but I mean, you can still go pick them up in stores though. So to me, it's not really an exclusive. Like I'm pretty sure in my Target edition, I'm gonna have the extra chapters. Granted, I don't want to get spoiled, so I have to be careful. So I'm not super worried about it. But then also just again, in my personal opinion, I'm not pleased about the fact that Sarah and her marketing decided to have all these different bonus chapters because I have seen people who've bought all the editions. Please don't do that. I mean, if you have the money and the means and you want to, go for it, go crazy, go wild. But that's not what reading is about. It's not about like collecting them like they're Pokemon cards so you can have bonus chapters. Not everybody has that accessibility or that kind of financial like situation to do that. So I understand, making things fun, but then those other chapters should be accessible to people who can't afford to do those kind of things. Feel better, Katie. Don't feel too much pressure into the chatty bits. Yeah, I appreciate that. I tend to ramble, but if I feel like anything bad is happening, I'll just have us go into our final sprint. Oh, that's okay, Christina. You got through 3 chapters. That's exciting. Yeah, I knew I was getting sick when I was doing Neva's 24-hour sprints, and I thought it was just a fluke and something that I was going to be able to bounce back quickly from, but no. I had to run some errands, but I'm back now. Welcome back, Coda. I hate taking an early lunch. Same. So much work left in the day. I hope it goes by quickly for you. I really do. Hi everyone. Hello, Monica. Working today. Boo. So not reading Crescent City 3 for me, but I will keep you on for the watch time. Oh, thank you so much. I hope you're enjoying Crescent City 3. I am. I don't know where this book is going to go, you guys. I mean, most of you are reading it, so and lots of you are farther than me. So you guys know where I'm going. But I am having the best time being back in this world. 103 pages, halfway through my book. Nicely done, James. Way to go. 77 pages again on chapter 50. I'm loving this for you. You're doing so good. You're flying now. I got to page 166. I did see your message, Laura. I am going to pop in and double check it. I just wanted to make sure that I finished reading. And then when we hop into the next sprint, I'll look and see where you were at. Perhaps you could do 2 videos, one that has spoilers and one that doesn't. I could, I just don't know how I'm going to be able to like differentiate. Like that's double the recording, if that makes sense. So I feel like, I don't know. It just like, even when I'm trying to talk about things, like, cause I have been recording and I've been trying to keep it spoiler free, but it's like, I don't know. It's been interesting because it's hard for me to not go in depth about things that I'm talking about, but we'll see. I'm not too worried about it. But if I were to do spoilers, everything would be very heavily like, what am I trying to say? Labeled. Like there would be no way that you would not know that I was going to talk about spoilers. I would not do that. Make the spoiler video and then just edit out this one. Oh yeah, I could definitely do that. That sounds better. I picked up my preschooler from school and read a couple chapters. I got to page 137. So much information, even though I reread all of December and January. I feel like I need to go back and reread it all again. Okay. Yeah, there were definitely things, like simple things that I would have gotten if I reread, but I'm feeling all right so far. Split the video, do spoiler free with a warning before a spoiler full discussion at the end. Yeah, I feel like that's what a lot of people do, so I feel like that's probably what makes the most sense. Yeah, that would be so fun. I'm so excited for you guys to get into the space. Oh, it'll be so much fun. Still hearing on chapter 8. Oh, we're like the same space. I love this. I'm so excited to be done with work at 5:30 so I can chill and read the rest of the day. That sounds so nice. Having a late lunch with my boys. I read about 4 chapters today, just not feeling well and really tired. Oh, Christina, rest. Rest, okay? I hope you feel better soon. Yes, you guys should do it. That would be so fun. I understand the insecurities. One reason why I can never do what you beautiful hosts and creators do, but if you do host, I will be there. Yeah, Beatrice, I mean, not to peer pressure you, but you should definitely do it. No worries. We'll chat about that too. Yeah. Oh my gosh, you guys, that would be so much fun. So, crazy thing is, we're done with the comments. But we'll do one more. It'll be our final sprint. And then we'll wrap up. And I'm going to send you guys all over to Brittany. She probably won't be streaming at that point yet, but it'll be close, if that makes sense. So maybe what we'll do is before she starts, we could go like her video and get the chat going a little bit or something like that. We'll figure it out. But think of the words. What was I going to say? Oh, in case anybody has to leave before we're done, before the sprint ends and we get to our last chatty bit, totally okay. Thank you so much for spending so much of your day with me, especially if you're reading Crescent City 3 with me. I'm having the best time. I hope you've been really productive in using this to get deep in the book. Otherwise, I hope you've had so much fun reading and hopefully you've been productive. I know so many of us have been doing so many things. But yes, if you need to leave, it's totally okay. But we're going to go into our final sprint. I will put up our banner and we will reset this. Let me move me over. And I will see you all in 90 minutes. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. How was your final sprint? How did it go? I was a little bit busy. I took my dog outside. I got a few things done social media wise, and I am almost done with chapter 12. You guys aren't going to be surprised. I'm loving it. You know this. I know this. I'm having the best time. I'm super curious how far I'm going to get today, to be completely honest. I do know I'm going to take a break. I can tell that I need a break. I probably need to lay down for a little bit, eat some food, relax. But then I know I'm going to pick it back up. I want to get halfway, I think. I think that is my goal for today. And then obviously you guys will find out tomorrow if you join me again tomorrow morning for sprints. They're not going to be Crescent City themed or anything like that. Today is the only day that I'm going to have this huge layout. But you guys will know because I will probably read some more tomorrow in sprints so you can figure out where I ended up tonight. But let's check in with you guys. We were talking about Christina feeling better. Oh my gosh, no problem. Seriously, I love sprinting so much. If I could work from home, I would sprint all the time. It's why it's so important to me that I've been working really hard on my author services business, because I'd love to be able to do that as my full-time job. But then obviously, do YouTube and content creation on the side. That's the goal. That's where I would love to be. But I'm not there yet. I don't have enough authors that I'm working with yet. But you never know what can happen. I remain hopeful that'll be the future. And then I can obviously host more sprints. Let's see. Talking about sprinting together. I really want to join because I love being a part of the content creation for books. But there's also the fact that English is not my main language, which keep in mind that English is not the main language for everybody. You know what I mean? I think that makes you unique and different because yes, a lot of us do speak English as our first language, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you can't have English as a second language. You know what I mean? I think it gives people there are people who are from other parts of the country that would love to have, see themselves be represented in the space as well, if that makes sense. So there is enough room for literally everybody. So we talked about this, about how it's okay to make mistakes. You don't have to be perfect. If you try it and you don't like it, you can absolutely stop. And yes, I think getting out of your comfort zone is so exciting. It's also one of my major goals for 2024. So I'm so excited for you. And then Beatrice said, I sometimes can't believe that I found this side of BookTube, and I'm actually so grateful for it. Yeah, sometimes I think I feel that way too. It's surreal how welcoming and inviting and supportive the book community really is. And it can feel very overwhelming, but in a great way, if that makes sense. It's a feeling of love and acceptance, and I don't know how to put it into words, but I feel that way too all the time. And I'm just so excited. I know it was fun and exciting for you to start posting videos, and now for you to start posting lives. I think it's just going to feel just so exciting for you, if that makes sense. And then Jean stopped by. Hello, Katie just got off work. Not read Crescent City, but thought I would say hello. What chapter you on? Are you enjoying it? And I said, hello, I'm on chapter 10. And yes, I'm enjoying it. Now I'm on chapter 12. It's fun. It's fun, but it's also awful. So that's my non-spoiler way of describing to you what Crescent City 3 is about. It is fun, but also awful. Does that make any sense? Because that's what it is. Hello, Ro, dropping in to say hi. I'm at school online. Very nice. I read a bit more and started making dinner. Yeah, I think I'm definitely going to eat something. I don't know what it's going to be, but just something snacky. I was telling my husband, I just don't have the energy to really cook anything. Everything has to be quick meals right now. 46 pages. I was distracted. That's okay, James. We've been here for 7 hours. It's going to happen. There's no avoiding it. I'm hosting a play date, so it's slow reading, but plodding along. Oh, play dates are so much fun. It's so nice when the littles have friends to hang out with. So then, it kind of takes the pressure off of you to entertain them. But I love play dates. Hit page 200. Oh my gosh, Sarah, you're doing amazing. Hello, popped in just near the end of your sprints. Have been reading Magician King by, is it Lev Grossman? Let me look this up. Where is my story graph? Here it is. All right, it is Magician King. There it is. Very bright cover. Very colorful. Says nothing. Oh, The Magician King by Lev Grossman is a good fit for those seeking a thrilling adventure that explores the complexities of magic, friendship, and personal growth. Okay. I didn't get very far this sprint, but I did eat and spend time with my daughter. That sounds so nice. I did not know, Laura, that you have a daughter. Watching YouTube videos, and I'm finishing up work. I know I need to catch up on some YouTube videos too. So like when we end, which my guess would be probably in the next 10 minutes or so, I'm going to just unwind for a bit, turn on some mindless TV or watch some YouTube, eat some food, relax before we hop into Brittany's sprints, to kind of like reset, if that makes sense. Another 80 pages up to page 526. Oh my gosh, you're 62%, Kay. That's amazing. Oh, you corrected 64%. Oh my gosh. Took a bit of a rest. Thanks for sprints. Have a beautiful rest of your day. You too, Christine. I'm sure I'll see you tomorrow. I hope you feel better. Please get lots and lots of rest. I'd like to get to part 2 today. Oh, there's part 2? Wait a minute. I didn't even know there's a part 2. Okay, this is dangerous territory. Don't be like me, guys. Do not just scroll through your book. Let me see. Don't worry, I'm not reading any of the words, so that's fine. So it's got to be right before page 300, right? Because you said you were on page 200. Okay, so 200 at page 269, we get to part 2. Oh, man. So does that mean, is there a part 3? Is this in the index of the book? I need to know. I didn't see anything like that. Tricky. Yeah. Remember before when there used to be a table of contents and now there's no table of contents, so we don't know. Interesting. Yeah. Hopefully I get at least to part 2 as well. I think it could be cool if folks who can do bilingual booktube incorporate some other non-English language into their content. Absolutely. I always love when I can absorb words in other languages. Yeah, and that's the thing is, even if there's subtitles, like they obviously don't have to generate those and things like that. But like if there's subtitles, I totally would not mind watching videos in other languages either. I mean, people do it all the time in movies and things like that. So I think it's important to have content that really like is diversified. You know what I mean? That doesn't necessarily have to just be generated for people who primarily speak English. I don't know. I just think it's important that all cultures are represented, but I also understand that like mainstream YouTube for the most part, or at least for what we see here in the booktube community, I feel like is mostly English speaking. So I understand that. But yeah, Jamie, I think I agree. I have 2 boys and a girl plus a granddaughter. Oh, that's so special. That's so cool. How old is your granddaughter? If you don't want to share here, you can absolutely message me on Instagram. I only get curious because obviously I work with kids, so it's so fun to know like their age. There's a part 3. I looked on the table of contents on Kindle. Tricky. I should do that. Yes, 3 parts. Okay, good to know. Part 3 is at page 579, so I would not get to part 3. Good to know. Still working 2 more hours to go. Thanks for the sprints, Katie. You're welcome. Hopefully I'll see you on Brittany's sprints. You know what I mean? So that is my game plan. I have Brittany's link here. I'm sure most of you guys already know the link. You already know what's up because you guys are very smart. But here is the link to Brittany's video, her sprints that are going to go on in about 40 minutes. Granted, I know that's a ton of time, but even if you could just put it on like in the background right now, make sure you like the video. You could, if you can't stay or you're busy, then you could leave a comment and just say, hey, or something like that. Also, important things. If you're not subscribed to Brittany, she is super, super close to 1,000 followers. She is, probably like 18 away, I want to say. 18 away from hitting 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. So if you're not I really think you guys should consider it. She's amazing. She's wonderful. Just throwing it out there. My kids are 24, 20, and 7, and my granddaughter is 6 months old. Oh my gosh. Oh, so tiny. I love when they're that little, to be honest. I really do. I'll be in Brittany's friends for supper and bedtime. It goes better, or hope it goes better than last night. Yeah, I hope so too. But I will see you then. You're so welcome, Ro. I'm sure I will see you guys all in Brittany's friends later, but hopefully I will also see you tomorrow. If you guys want to sprint with me, I will be here. But have a great night, and I will see you all later. Bye.